Boom. Howdy, howdy, hi. Welcome, welcome, welcome to day 3. It's time to build an enemy. Some bullets, some hitboxes. That's on the agenda for today. Pretty much. We've got the kind of core like platforming, planet building mechanics like in place. And it's time to kind of give the player a reason to run around. The kids are just leaving the house now. I was just like muting my mic for a second while they're both shouting at each other and punching each other in the hallway. But they're literally walking out the door now. There we go, out the door shutting. And I am home alone. Alright, so let's go. Clockwork Village. Shout outs. Yeah, boy. What's going on here? Yeah, okay, right. Cool. Sick. So, without further ado, yeah, hold on. There we go. Okay. So, I've got some art. I've made a folder called Break. So, I like main guy's called Make, yeah? And then his like arch nemesis is Break. You get it? So let's make a new character body. And let's call it Break. Maybe I'll put a little underscore in the folder name as well. Feels right. And then let's get that saved in there. And what we want is to give it for now I think just 2 sprites. So we'll call it ship and head. Okay, so the ship / ship and body, whatever, is that. And the head is that. And the head has... Well, actually, this needn't have been such a big file. It could have just been the 4 frames because they're mirrors of each other. Anyway, never mind. Let's give it 8 frames and that should fix it. There we go. We have our guy. Now, probably want a bit of offset on these. I mean, with the player, we put his origin right at the bottom. I think for Break, it might make more sense if his origin is like in the middle of his ship there. So what's that, sort of like 64, maybe an offset of minus 64 on the y-axis? No, it'd be minus 32 then. Yeah, that looks all right, doesn't it? I think that's the right place for his origin, like in the middle of his ship, and kind of, I guess, well, we're probably still want to shoot the bullets from the gun itself. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But the idea, I suppose, is that the ship will move around and point in the direction he's moving. But the head, we can, oops, that's not the way I wanted to click. The head we can kind of turn around independently of the ship. So the head can always point towards the player. Yeah, that will work. So, I mean, I guess he does need a collider. But it could just be very small, I suppose. I don't really know whether he's going to... I mean, maybe he doesn't need to be a character body at all, because I don't know if he's actually going to collide with anything, is he? That's a good question. Okay. I don't think he needs to. Yes, I mean I'll just do it because it's what I feel comfortable using. Because like I want to use the character body for all the velocity and other things. But I expect his movement. No, let's just do that. That's fine. I expect his movement will be just preset paths relative to the player, I would guess. And we probably... Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll work it out anyway. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, are we going to go down the road of pathfinding for him? Is that necessary? Let's start by just writing a script to get him to follow the player. So if we make a break in the world and we put him here, then when we run the game, he should just be there. Okay, so he's there. That's pretty nice. And yes, he's not moving, but it looks like he is because the background's moving. So I think there's two phases that we want him to exist in. One where he locks into the rotation of the core, and it's almost like he's in the atmosphere of the planet, and he's like chasing you around it. And then I think you should like go off screen and then come back from above and kind of hover above you like in Space Invaders, dropping things on you. And in that mode, he won't be linked to the rotation of the core. We'll be running around and he'll just be kind of going left to right and dropping things. So it's like he's like left the orbit of the planet and he's in space dropping stuff, right? And then he will go off the top and come back to the side here and continue to chase you around. And I think his biggest sort of damage that he deals should be when he catches you. Like when he's in this phase, dropping stuff on you, that's the easy phase. And then when he starts chasing you, that's where there's like some real damage to be done. Wassish, yes. Wow, I haven't seen you in a long time. I haven't been around in a long time, but I'm here now. So hello. Thanks for joining us. You'll notice since like yesterday's stream, anyone who was watching when I finished up yesterday, done quite a bit in terms of adding more graphics and just making the thing look a lot prettier. And I also made the minimum size for these chunks smaller, so that we've got like more sort of resolution, I suppose, in the cracks and stuff. But what we want to do now, let's put a little script on him and let's just try and get his head to face us. I feel like that's a good place to start, yeah? So, here he is. GUI back there, maybe, or something, or there, or something, I don't know. Right, anyway. Give him a script. Oh, I didn't really want to have the platforming preset, that's fine. So this doesn't need to be a physics thing. This can just be a regular old process thing. And he's always going to exist here. I'm not going to put him as a child of the core. So when he has to move around with the core, we will have to kind of get him to kind of grab that data from the core and then move himself around. Because I don't want to have the actual break node existing in two different places in the hierarchy. That would make it harder to write this script, a lot harder, unless we make two different versions of the scene. Like we could have the core version and the like free floating version or whatever. But basically he wants to be able to see the player and I mean, I wonder if the easiest thing, Because the thing is, because of the way it's been done, I was wondering if the way we should have done it was just had one frame for the head and just literally rotate it on the spot. But it is quite nice having the other frames of animation. But like, he can't like look in every direction now. All he can do is look. It's just based on the Y or the X axis, isn't it? Basically, sorry, the X axis. Entirely based on the X axis. Well, let's see. Let's write his like Space Invaders style phase first, which means the player will always be below him. So we just want to say angle to player, and then should we just print that? Oh, so I guess he got ready before the player did. If we switch that order in the scene tree, does that just solve that? No. Hi, fellow game jammer. I'm currently working, so can't work on my game, but I can second monitor you. Ah, thanks. Thanks, Fringe. Fringe Aaron. Fringe Aaron. Nice one. Thanks for joining us. Much appreciated. I suppose I should show you the game. Let me just comment out this this function that's causing errors. So we've got a platform game where you run around a planet and you're like a god of creation or something. So everywhere you stand, the planet grows. So essentially, you'll be sort of creating your own platformer, like, or your own platforms, your own obstacles, as you loop around the planet. Loop, get it? Loop. Yeah, you sort of end up creating the obstacles that you're going to have to traverse. And it's quite funny how quickly it can get a little bit out of hand, and you get kind of these big caverns and stuff forming. So we've got all that working now, and the question is, like, why should the player run and jump around this planet? And so that's where the enemies that we're building now will come in to it. This guy here is going to be flying around above you and dropping bombs and things. Now, you might think, well, shouldn't he just drop them on the middle, because the player's always in the middle of the screen? But if he drops them on the sides, then he can blow up bits of the terrain, which I kind of like the idea of as well. So that's the plan. We're going to try and get this guy moving around some and see how we go. But we just basically would need to force the player to actually want to run around and do stuff now. Why would we jump? Yeah, exactly. So that's it. So we've got that mechanic going, but now we need to create obstacles and enemies and like all the kind of classic running and jumping and dodging and shooting mechanics that you find in so many games. This isn't the right syntax, is it? Yeah, shouldn't it look like that? That's why we're getting an error. It was just wrong. And there we go. You can see the angle between them will change when I jump. I'm not sure if that is working though, because that's hardly changed at all. Like, it looks solid. Little thing, but I like that gradient too as you move away from the core. Yeah. It's a nice touch, that, huh? Cool. Well, thanks so much. Glad you like the look of it so far. Oh, that looks wicked, Pete. That lighting picture you've just sent looks so cool. Right, okay. So this is going to be probably the most complicated script because, like anything AI is, and sort of enemy behavior is always a bit of a tricky one. So let's start actually in the physics process here. We should give him a speed constant. Just say 300 for now or something. Is that what the player's is? It something like that, isn't it? The player speed is 30. Okay, but that's because the player speed relates to the rotation of the core rather than actual speed. It's buttery smooth. Nice. There's an offset in the block position though. That's weird. We could look into that in a minute. Maybe you could jump on a Discord call or whatever and we can look at it together. Show me what you mean. So we'll just build this normal state of him being at the top of the screen. And so the player, because we're in 720, the player is like 360 pixels from the top of the screen. So if we say if global position dot y is greater than well, let's start. Yeah, it's greater than player.go position dot y minus, so it'd be like 360. So should we say like minus 250 or 275 or something? If the globe position is greater than that spot, then velocity dot y plus equals speed times delta. Because if the value is greater than it, then we want the y velocity to be a minus number, right? In fact, I think we can just do else then and just add to it instead. And now this should mean that he just kind of like stays at the right height the whole time. Oh no, because we didn't call move and slide yet. Where is he? Excuse me, kind sir. He's just gone. Oh, he is gone. So we've got these the wrong way round then. That must be the plus. Oh wait, hold on. We had them both with negative. That should be a plus, right? And then he should just hover quite nicely around that area, because he's always overshooting it. So that's quite nice, I think. Yeah? And as you jump, he kind of, he'll sort of waver a little bit. Maybe he should be a little bit better at that. I guess if he moved slower, if his speed was slower, then he would oscillate less when you jump, you know. Also, maybe he should be a little closer to the player. So maybe 275, maybe actually 250 is better. Are you a small team then? Yes, there's 3 of us. So myself, and then Pete, Clockwork Village, and Wob Wob Rob. The 3 of us are making this game. And so I'm doing the sort of programming and, well, all the stuff you see here. And Pete's on the audio and lighting so far. And Rob's doing all the art. Okay, this looks good now because he's kind of wavering around a bit. The problem is once the oscillating gets high... Yeah, okay, so there is a problem then. Because he just oscillates, right? So once the oscillation gets big, it just stays big. We kind of don't want him overshooting it so much the whole time. Do you know what I mean? So he needs to slow down as he approaches it. So we want to scale his speed with the actual distance he is from that desirable spot. So, I mean, maybe he doesn't need a speed constant. We could just... Well, let's... if it was that, his position minus, is that right? Is that going to behave better? No, I don't think so. I guess it's all about brackets here. So we want probably this statement in a brackets first, and then we probably want to subtract his position from that, and then times the whole thing by delta. So it should that's probably really the expression we're after. Oh no. So much of this I just do with complete trial and error, which is terrible, isn't it? But I understand that it's wrong. I don't necessarily understand why, but I understand the kind of things I could try that might be right. And now he's just going to go upwards. So what am I trying to... Let me actually think about what I'm trying to do. Here's the problem. That global position is of him is a minus number, and then we subtract the player's global position, which is also a minus number, minus 250 as well. what we want is for when he has a lower number than the player, or than the player minus 250, when his is lower than it, so I think what we want to do is add his position. So it's like, I think, now that I've not done trial and error, I think it's that. I think that's the expression we actually want. And that will give us some sort of value of like how close to the desired position he is. No. No, it won't. Oh. Oh, wow. He's going, buddy. I've gone solo. Oh, nice. Yeah, working in teams is fun. Yeah. It's you can get a lot more done, obviously. In theory, if I can work this out. So is it because these are backwards? Now that I've sort of changed that expression. Right. Still quite oscillating quite a lot. But he doesn't leave the screen as easily. But I can get him to oscillate quite heavily. It's like pumping a swing. If I time my jumps with just as he's on his way down, it messes with him even more. See what I mean? Like, and then as he goes up, we'll jump, and that'll send him even further. And then he goes down, and then on his way up, we jump, we add even more. It's like pumping a swing. So yeah, this isn't the way to do it then. The problem is, I think, I just want like a really, really small amount of variety. If we just go back to it just being speed. But maybe we call it Y speed. Because we'll probably want a different value. And then just make it really small, like 20, you know? Oh yeah, and also because these are now the wrong way around again. You know what we could do? Is use a lerp. Because, or like this. Okay, yeah, I mean, he just literally moves towards it. So if this was a lerp instead, if we went lerp, velocity y to y speed, and delta was the weight, would that work? Or do we need to do y speed times delta and then have another quality of acceleration in there? And then this would just be the plus speed then instead. So now it should smoothen that out a bit. Oh no, it doesn't like it. Okay, does this need to be more like 200.0 or something? There's a tiny little wobble on when you're still like that. And then when you move. I mean, that is pretty good. That's the kind of thing I was after, and it's not too violent. Can we pump him like a swing? No, because it kind of takes all the sting out of it anyway. It's like it's a much more dampened oscillation. Sine function making bob up and down. Yeah, that's true. We could do that. I think this lerping should work because the player's going to be always moving. So now what we want to do, we've got that going, but we want to also now have his sort of x-axis. So what we'll do is we'll say, well, and we'll just have some middle area where we don't affect his x movement, but we'll say if your global position dot x is bigger than the player's x position plus, well, let's see, we're like 1200 pixels across. So yeah, I mean 250, why don't we go with that for now? Then velocity.x and x speed, and it should be minus because we want to go back the way we came. X speed isn't defined. X speed equals like 400 instead, like go twice as fast. And then with this one, we're not just going to else, we're going to have elif. And we're going to like specifically say that you've got to be that far in the opposite direction. Let's see. Interesting. That's not what I expected. Oh. I didn't reverse the direction of the equivalency sign, or whatever you call it. So you could do with going a bit faster, left to right, and also going a bit further left to right, I think. So because we're doing lerp, we want to make sure that we reach it before we turn back around. So maybe this is one where maybe we don't want to lerp here, but then yeah, again, no, this should be fine. This should be fine. Let's extend this to 350 on each side, and then let's not lerp. Let's just say minus equals x speed times delta. So we'll sort of do it kind of the way that we were failing to before. But I think because we have this dead zone in the middle, with the way I've set this up, with it being plus and minus 350, the bit at 350 either side of the player is a dead zone where we won't be changing, we won't be adding or subtracting anything. I think this should be fine, and he should go quite quickly back and forth, I would have thought. Okay. Yeah, it's looking all right, right? And then if sometimes he'll just go off the screen and he'll like come back around this corner like that and start chasing you round. And you'll see him like poking up here and shooting like maybe the really bad ones. If he catches you on that phase, it should be like nearly an insta kill. He takes like 3/4 of your health or something. But then these ones he can just like pepper you with normal shots. And every now and again he goes into the aggressive chase. I think that's cool. Now, question is, oh yeah, let's look at this angle to the player that we were printing. That does look like it's working quite well, actually. So how do we convert that into which frame his head is looking at? So it's oscillating between sort of like, it was sort of like 0.7 and minus. Yeah, okay. So if we said var equals angle that, oops, not var equals var angle equals that, we can just hack this in. It's a jam. If angle is like greater than 0.6, let's get the sprites into his script here. Will he be destroying blocks? Yeah, that's the plan, yeah. Shooting missiles at you and at the blocks. And he'll be able to damage you and destroy platforms that are either in front or behind you. But even if he destroys platforms behind you, that's coming back around to you later, right? So that'd be cool. And so we'll just say, like, if the angle's bigger than that, then that means... what side of the screen does that mean he's on? Oh yeah, that won't run. What? Oh, I see, because we were printing it before. Oh, and now I'm not printing it, I can't see. I think it was, I think that we want it on head frame 0. And then say if it's greater than 0.4, head dot frame 1. We should at least see it moving a bit now. And I think that is correct because it's as it's only showing that. Yeah, okay. So I think this is right. If we keep going with this, if the angle's greater than 0.2, three, and then like minus 0.1, 4, 5, 6, and then one last one, 7, and so it'd be like minus 0.1, minus 0.2. I'm just like guessing these numbers, yeah, but we can tweak it in a minute. And I know this is like probably a stupid hacky way of doing it, but I think it'll work and I think it'll be quick. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, right? I think that will more than do. And then the last thing to do then is with his like with the this is basically animation, isn't it? We could put this in like a in its own little function here. Oh, Colonial, hello, how are you? Big up yourself. You're making a game in Godot too. Sick. What are you doing? What's your game? Tell me more. Match statement. Oh yes, nice. Safe Brickless, welcome. Pete's always on to me about match statements. Although I don't know if it would work in this case, would it? Because we're looking for like ranges, the angles going within. I don't know. Actually, maybe it would. I don't know. Could use it. Yeah, okay. Well, it's there now. And then the last thing to do to just finish this off is to then say if velocity dot y is greater than 0. That means, no, sorry, not y, x. If it's greater than 0, then it means we're moving left to right. Ship dot flip h is false, else it will be true, and that should make the ship point in the direction he's moving. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Maybe we need a little ship turning animation as well, actually. A couple of frames to go in between could look cool. It's so true. Pete is telling me about match statements all the time. Okay, sick. This is working nicely then. Let's get the new sprites in then, I suppose. So the head I don't need to re-export, do I? Oh, I do, because we've changed, there's no line in between his eyes. Okay, so we'll just export sprite sheet. Make, break, head. Yes. Export. And then the ship. Okay, so the ship's animating now. Okay, that's cool. So export sprite sheet. Ship body. Overwrite it. Yes. Export. Done. Now that should look rather broken. Yeah, cool. So the head I'm happy to keep as is. The ship needs to go and be an animated sprite instead. It's probably just going to be a lot easier. At least it's all the same for the compiler. Particle explosion for blocks would be excellent. Yeah, that would be cool. Okay. And it has to have an offset of minus 32, wasn't it? Yeah. And then that can just autoplay, probably at a slightly higher frame rate than that, like 15 maybe. Yeah, cool. Not sure about the flickering bit in the middle there. I might just, maybe we should just change that. Is it just 2 frames going back and forth the whole time? I know they're subtly different. Those 2 are the same. Those 2 are slightly different, and then presumably it's the same for looping again. Oh no, that's the same as that one. And then that's the first one again. And that's also the same as that one. So it's just number 2 that's slightly different to all the others. Yeah. Okay, let's like reorder them maybe slightly. So like, I wonder if I just put that onto there. Yeah, that kind of makes a big difference. We just have a flicker there. And then let's take that one and pop it on there. Right, it's marginally better. I'm sure you'll come up with something better, Rob, but that'll ding dang do. Okay, let's have a look at him. That's cool. Yeah, that's so good. Yeah, that's great. All right. We're cooking with gas. So, I mean, now, in this state, he could just be randomly firing, really, couldn't he? Let's call this... So I want some decent names for the 2 states. There's like Chase. There'll be the chasing state, or they'll just be the normal one, I suppose. Maybe we'll call this the bomber state, yeah? So bomber animation. Boomba. Are you going to make him arc around the planet? I feel like he should follow the gravity of it. So yeah, I think that's going to be in the other state, right? Like, I want him to have different attack phases. Like, so he kind of varies up the different ways he's attacking you. And then we'll also have asteroids just coming across the whole time anyway. And then that's my rough plan. Asteroids coming across randomly, and then he switches between chasing you round the planet and then hovering above you, dropping bombs. So again, in the physics process here, this is his bomber movement. Which can go in there. And so we need to pass delta in. And that means now I can take this, we can pop it up here, and then we can start to sort of build a state machine. Yeah, for these, that'll be fine. Okay. This is a decent start. We need some projectiles now. But maybe we should work on the movement of the other state and the way he swaps between them first. Or should we... No. Maybe let's get projectiles going first. That might be better. It's also worth noting that these constants relate to that state, and we might want different constants for him in the other state. So I might have to put like bomber x y speed and bomber x speed. Let's do that now. I think that just makes sense. So that's going to just affect this script here. There should just be 4 mentions of it, right? That's great, isn't it? He feels like he's alive. Oh, hold on. But his snout goes behind his ship. The head should be in front of the ship. That's better. His snout. Sent a bullet sprite. Oh, cool. Okay. What is that? Oh, that's a font. Where did you send? Oh, I see. It's this little image here. Yep, I got ya. The angles could be finessed a bit in terms of frame choice, but it looks nuts. Well, yeah. I suppose we probably could. Where is he? Why has it just crashed? I mean, it's pretty close, to be fair. Okay, so will they also be character bodies? No, I think these bullets, at least, if these are the bullets he shoots, like if he's dropping bombs. Let's look at this sprite a second. I guess it's a rigid body. Probably character body gives us more flexibility though. I mean, also these... Well, it's fine. I suppose we could change the sprite later. Yeah, so I think these are like... Let's call this a bomb. We can use the bullet sprite for now, but I want to basically drop these out of break. So we'll give it a sprite. We'll put this in and we can just actually have a proper look at this sprite now and see what it is. So it's just 4 different directions. Is it supposed to animate? Should it be an animated sprite? That might be cool if it's sort of like shimmering as it drops, you know? Yeah, that's kind of cool. Maybe not quite so fast. Maybe a bit faster. Cool. Okay, fine. And then it's going to have a collision shape. Can you remind me the block size? 30 by 40. Well, yeah, the width of them varies. I think the width of the block can be anything between like 20 and 39. And yes, the height is 48. But I mean, honestly, I think the blocks are looking fine, to be fair. I think the terrain is a thing at the moment. Like, what would be cool is if we could get the background in rings. So the higher up you get different like backgrounds. That would be pretty sweet. I don't know how we'd do that, but that would be very cool. Okay. It has a mass, it has gravity. So in theory, like if I save this and put it in, yeah, we'll just put it in breaks folder, that's fine. And then in the game, if we put one of these in, put it there, it should just fall down. Yeah, perfect. Now, let's put its gravity scale down a bit so that it sort of floats down so that you've got time to see it. That looks like a bit of a better... Now, okay, one thing is, I haven't really considered this, but maybe in this state he should never shoot at you because you literally can't dodge it, right? You can't dodge it because you can't move left to right. Like, you are always in the middle. So if he drops a bomb from the middle, as he comes over, if he drops one now, like you can't dodge it. That's only just occurred to me. So these bombs should be specifically for destroying terrain in front of you to catch you out and mess you up and potentially then cause one of the meteorites to hit you or something, you know? Because he needs to be shooting you at an angle that you're able to jump. Move the bombs left and right with player movement. Yeah, okay, so once he drops them, they start to move. But then if he's dropping them here and you're running towards it, they're going to start coming to... I think it's going to feel quite strange. Well, yeah, I mean, everything rotating with relative to the planet is going to be a nightmare. And I think it's going to be quite hard for the player to dodge as well. So I've kind of imagined that all the bullets need to just be in the sort of same plane as the player. So I've set him up like this. The one exception will be when he's chasing you around the planet. As you rotate it, you want that to push him backwards. But maybe they should move with the player. It's a good point. Anyway, let's get rid of this in here for now. I kind of feel like we need to tell him to never drop them on you. Because if he drops them directly over you, it's just like the player just can't dodge it. So in this state, this bomber state, he's really there to destroy the planet around you. I think. And maybe we could take shots at you from the laser beam when he's like at the edges. So like when he does this turning around bit, like here, there's like a chance he shoots directly at you, because then you could jump to dodge those shots because they'd be at an angle. But these bombs that just have gravity on them, I think he should just be randomly dropping them as long as he's not directly above you. So, and then we'll need to work on their interaction with the ground. But let's just start by getting him doing that. So, in break, we'll take the bomb scene and pop it there. And we'll say, so you know what, fuck it. Let's just put all of this in the physics process and just keep it simple. Bomber bombing. Let's call it that, why not? And so bomber bombing will just be like, basically, as long as your global position.x is like greater than the player's, or it's greater than, I don't know, the player is irrelevant here. As long as your global position.x is greater than 50, or is less than minus 50, then you're not in the middle, you're not above the player, and then we just have some var chance equals a randy mod like 100, 1 in 100 chance each frame of dropping a bomb. That's quite high. If chance is 0, drop bomb, or let's just put it in here. Bomb dot instantiate. Yeah, far. So break's parent is the game, yeah? So let's do, yeah. Let's do that and say get parent, add child, bomb global position equals global position. And that should do it. Now he'll just be randomly dropping bombs on us now. Oh wow, and they actually have a slight angle to them. And it's completely broken his movement. They're colliding with him. So let's go into our Where do you get them? The easier way of doing it is to do this and look in here and then click here and go edit. There we go. So damage, yeah. So they should be on, and then I guess we'll put a break on a layer there. So break should just be on breaks layer, looking for no collisions with anything. And the bomb should be on the no layer, looking for damage. The reason I'm going to do it that way round is because I want to add, because then they can actually collide with things like bricks, and we just make no, maybe it should be the other way around, and we'll give the bricks a hitbox, and this will just sit on damage. Yeah, that makes more sense. But anyway, now they're not colliding, it should behave better. And maybe, you know, the little bullet sprite that we're using, maybe that should be what he shoots, but then this should be, we should get maybe some sort of bomb sprite instead. He's never doing it on that side. He's never, oh, he is doing it on that side, okay. I think it's working. Yeah, I mean, fine. Okay. We have the block explodes right in Discord. Okay, sick. Okay, yeah, let's get these bombs destroying bricks, because then anything on the damage layer can then destroy bricks, which would be really nice. So this area is on 3 and 4, but it could look for 5. And then when it has body entered, it's been hit, and then it should destroy something. So the first thing it should do is it should consume the body. So that body will disappear at that point. And then the next thing it should do is it actually needs to delete itself. It needs to know its own coordinates, so that it can delete itself from all the data. Yeah, okay, so the brick also needs to know where it is so that it can die. So var r and var t, and they can just default to 0, 0. But then every time we create a brick, we need to set those, and then it will be able to tell the grid data where it is when it dies, so that the grid data can update. I'm just going to go to the loo. All right, boom. So when the player creates bricks, because the player can create bricks, spawn brick. So we assign it to the grid. So we should also, at that point, say brick.r equals rpos, and brick.t equals tpos, and that will kind of sort that out. But then the brick loader also spawns in bricks, so it should also do that to the brick. So all the bricks will always know who they are and where they are. Obviously, collisions that happen, well, collisions won't happen if they happen off screen. It won't die. Going to work on the title screen. Oh, nice. Yeah, that'd be cool. Close up and make with planets and space in his eyes reflection. Yeah, that'd be cool. Get something about the creation in there. Some kind of start of the universe vibes, maybe. All right, cool. So now that the bricks know where they are, when a body hits them, it will get destroyed. And then we say get parent, because they're always a parent, they're always a child of the core. So get parent dot grid data no, grid data stays the same. Grid state RT is null. That's right, isn't it? We instigate, we initialize them with null in. So yeah, go back to being null, and then it can queue free itself as well. And I think like that, without any special effects, that will like work. Let's see. When's he gonna destroy a brick? Yeah, it destroyed those bricks. Okay, and then they are real life holes, and I can step back down and rebuild those areas where they dropped. So that's working. It's working perfectly. With a little explosion on it. But basically the bricks now have the ability, anything that's on that damage layer will do it. Shared a font. Yeah, that's nice. Having a font is good. Screen resolution is 720p, so 1280 by 720. So now if the brick has the ability to instantiate the explosion, I've sent me this A sprite file. Okay, cool. Oh, this is the sprite file of the sprite sheet, though. I don't have the frame. Okay. Okay. Well, okay. So I'll export it as a PNG. Brick. Explode.png. Export. And then we should have that in our brick folder. Explode. Nice. And then I'm going to make the explosion be its own scene. It can just be a scene. I would call it brick explode. And it has an animated sprite. And that sprite has some frames. And those frames are here. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 frames there. We'll have them all. And then probably like 25 or something. Yeah, that looks cool. Very nice. Sent you the wrong one. I think if we just create this explosion directly on top of it and maybe even rotate the explosion so it's the way, if the block's facing that way, the explosion's like that, and if the block's that way, the explosion's like that, I think it will look like it's being vaporized anyway. Because this is such a... I think it's the right kind of animation with this bright white in the middle. Maybe 25 is a bit much though. 20 might be nicer. Yeah, something like that. And then we'll save this as a scene inside brick. Brick explode can go there. And it just auto plays that. And it has a script. And the sprite signals when the animation's finished. And when the animation is finished, it's gone, buddy. And then the brick can have the ability to, instantiate these things. And just before we cue free it, we're going to do that. So we'll say explode equals brick explode instantiate. Oh, that's a var. And then get parent. Yeah, we want to get parent. We want to add it to the core so that it rotates with the core. Get parent, add child, explode. And then explode.global position equals global position, and explode.global rotation equals the global rotation of the brick that's making it to, and then Q3, and that should do it. Yeah, it needs to be bigger, but it looks good, right? Also, we want the explosion to be at the location the bullet hit, not at the like root of the brick. So instead of Q freeing the body straight away, let's use the body's global position to set the explosion's global position, but keep the rotation true to the core. Yeah, I might scale it up as well for sure. Yeah, I mean, they're starting to look good now, those, aren't they? But you're right, it's not big enough. Double it up. That's better, isn't it? It might look better red than pink as well, potentially. But yeah, this looks good to me. I think, yeah, let's make it red. You like the pink? Okay, all right, cool, leave it pink. Okay, cool. So now we can start making asteroids and things as well. We could make Break actually take shots at us. We can make the player be able to take damage as well. What I would love is for those to look different. I think this, you see these little yellow things, they should be the shots that he takes from his, I think it's the moment he turns. Whenever we change the flip, that's when I'm going to make him shoot, or have a chance to shoot you. And it'll just draw a line from there to you. And that way you should be able to jump to dodge those shots that he takes. As long as he's at the peak of his journey, you know? It's cool when he does like a random barrage of them like that. Oh, yeah, we might have taken some damage there. Okay, cool. This is good. Now, let's try and get him. Let's just keep working on Break for now before I bring in asteroids and stuff. So bomber bombing, but then we also want like another function for bomber like shooting, yeah? And I guess the bullet, now we're not going to have a bomb, we're going to have an actual bullet. The bullet should be a character body, I think. Which is basically just going to be the bomb, but on a character body for now. So, I can just copy those over to be fair. So bullet. Yeah, if we could get a different sprite for the bombs. I think this is better for the bullets, right? And then we need a sprite for the bombs that he drops out the bottom, and a sprite for asteroids. I think the combination of those would be fine. We've got these little laser bullets. We've got the bombs dropping, and then asteroids coming in from the side. I think that'll do it. So for now, we'll just pass there. We'll just, oops. Oh, right, and then bullet needs saving, yeah. And that can also go into Break's folder. And I mean, the script on the bomb is... No, there is no script on the bomb. Okay, cool. The bullet will need a script because it needs to aim at something. But I imagine it's just going to be a case of like calling move and slide, and like setting the velocity to whatever it is when we first start it. So I think that's probably all we need to do for the bullet script. Then it's still a body. It will go on layer 5, the same as the bomb is, yeah. And I think that's set up, and then Break needs to be able to create them. Pop that there. And we just want to say just bomber shoots like that, and then we could just trigger that in here. Because if we say if this is the wrong way round, yeah, if that, then do that. And in here, it's like if it's false, then set it to true. And now we're only triggering this at the moments when, or we can just say if not, right? If not, if not that, then do this. And now we're only flipping once. And so then it's in here where we'd just say, okay, so at that moment that you flips, run bomber shoots. And this will still just have a chance in it like we had before. Like we can just do that. Although it's only we're going to only roll this dice once. So I think it should be like there's a 1 in 3 chance. And if it happens, then we're basically going to do this, but for bullet. We add the thing. We put the thing on the right place. These need to come back. And then velocity equals this again. Can we do vector too? No. Oh no, we just take away one from the other, right? Global position minus the player's global position or something. Should probably have made it a definite chance before just sitting here and waiting for 1 in 3 probabilities. Okay, so we've got an unlucky, or maybe it's not working. There we go. Okay, so we shot it in the perfectly opposite direction, which means that it's the other way around. It's the player's global position minus the global position of break. Come on, shoot me. Come on, baby, shoot my make. Certainly shot me. That's cool, right? I kind of like the idea that there's a chance it's a double shot or a triple shot as well. So we need some small chance that if he's just shot, he'll do it again. Like every shot starts a timer. Yeah, okay, so let's have a little timer on here. Which can be a one shot that is like 1/3 of a second. We'll try that. And when it times out, we get a thing. Oh, in fact, you know what? Hold on. Let me unlink that for now, because it's a stupid thing to just call it timer. Let's call it extra shot timer, and then link it into the script. And so whenever we shoot like this, if the chance is 0, cool, and we've taken a shot, and I think I might make it more likely, then we'll say like extra shot timer dot start. No, that needs to go here. Whenever we actually shoot a bullet, we start this timer, and then we, at the end of the timer, we give ourselves another potential chance to shoot. So it could string together any number of them. There we go, we got 2 in a row there. But it's always consecutive half chances, so the odds of getting a double are quite low. There we go, would have died then. And the odds of getting a triple are like even lower than that. There we go, we got, well, I think we got like 3 or 4 in a row then. That was like a proper bombardment. That was cool. Obviously the player's got health, so we're not going to die immediately. They're maybe too fast. Don't you think? They move too quickly. If we normalize that vector, they're going to be like way slower than those bombs, which I think is good because the bombs are dropping, but they're not landing on you. But we want the shots to actually be dodgeable. Okay, look, there it is. That is indeed extremely slow. So all of that normalized times by bullet speed, which we'll say is 10. We'll start by doing it 10 times faster than that. I don't know. Let's see. Those are still really slow. So not another 10 times faster. Oh, he just doesn't want to shoot at me. There we go. It's still too slow, probably. I mean, it's much better. Maybe it's not, though. When you have other things happening around, it might be okay. I kind of feel like his shots should probably be the faster things. Maybe we'll just go up to a 150 and leave it at that for now. So that's kind of like breaks, like bomber phase. Kind of done, I think. So then we just need like some kind of a random chance that he decides to change. Change, like, you know, things. Delta is never used in there. Okay. Thank you. Maybe we should do player damage now, which I don't think will be too tricky to add. Because the player does already have a hitbox that we set up, and it's looking for damage. So all we need to do is to have this hitbox say when a body enters it, just like the brick does, we want to destroy the bullet, and then we want to say player stats dot health. Oh yeah, I probably want to do that before we Q3 the body. $10. Yeah, we lost health. And again. And another. Now, he's 3 in a row there. He's shooting towards our feet. So I think we can make his aim a little better. Bomber shoots. Players dot global position minus global position. Just add the particle emitter to the player so he leaves sparks behind him as he runs. Oh, yeah. Sick, man. Sick. That sounds great. When you come to like a sort of state of like what you're working on being relatively complete, I would advocate pushing it sooner rather than later, and then I can pull it and try and merge. I can't remember the order you're supposed to do it. If you push something, then I should push my changes, then pull yours, and then merge them, right? No, I wouldn't push if like things are in like half-baked states. But when you reach like a kind of, okay, I'm finished with that bit, now I'm working on this bit, push. If that makes sense. Because it's kind of like after each new feature or like substantial set of features is added. The other thing is, well, I could push and you merge that and then push your stuff back, like, because I'm probably nearly done with break, or at least with the first phase of break. Actually, maybe I'm not. Maybe I should just get break finished and you can push like in the background. That probably makes more sense. But yeah, like the bullet's velocity. Let's do this. Let's say var target equals that. No, the target equals that. And then this should be target dot normalize times bullet speed to set its speed to be correct. And then in here we say, so you've taken the players. Oh yeah, okay. Here's what we should do. This should go down here. We should say target is the player's global position. Target dot y minus equals 32. Is that right? Is the player like 64 blocks? He's like 75 tall. Oh no, but that's when he's jumping. He is 75 pixels tall though, ish. Okay, so we'll make it like aim for... Yeah, I mean 32 is probably fine, isn't it? Or 35 or something. Target Y is that. So now that's the player's global position with the Y changed. And then target minus equals global position, and then normalize and bullet speed in that. And that should now mean he's aiming for the middle of us. It's a little bit high up, but I was in the air, wasn't I? I was falling down at that point. That's better, right? It's aiming for my body. That's cool how I could jump and create a platform. He got me. That's the thing, running, you can't run away from the bullets, which I quite like. You just have to jump. Or go under them. Ooh. They are dodgeable though. All right, cool. Yeah, it's starting to see how this is gonna work. This is kind of cool. So then his other phase would be something else. Okay, so is it right to use square brackets for enums? It's not, is it? I should be using squigglies, right? That's right. Bomber, chase, change, or switch, or swap or something. Yeah, bomber, chase, and swap. And then we'll just say like if. I know we can do match. Match state bomber. Chase. Swap. And then we just need a var here, then we called state, which starts with bomber. Okay. Blimey, it's 4:20 already. The time does fly. Okay. Given the time, there's actually something I need to do. So we might take a short intermission here. I mean, we can still hang. I'll still be chatting, but I just need to do this thing. Yeah, this is cool, right? This is like all going in the right direction, I think. And yeah, a few concepts in the WhatsApp. Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Why not? Yeah, then with the text on the right, like saying make or whatever, yeah? Looks good to me. But yeah, Rob, when you've got a moment, if you can chuck over like the little, instead of those bullets, like I'm going to use the bullets when he's shooting, but like a bomb, I don't know what it would look like, but the ones that he's dropping from the top down would be good to have a different sprite for those. And then also meteorites or like asteroids or whatever, like rocks, bits of like burning rock. A droplet of energy, perfect. Something like that. And yeah, and then like the rocks as well, meteors, yeah. Because I'm, it'd be good to have the variety of the different projectiles. I could add those in quite quickly now. But yeah, I mean, I think like it's kind of coming together pretty nice already. Maybe I'm wondering, I don't know what you guys think, that maybe Break should just be above you, like the way we've got him now, and there just be something else chasing you that forces you around the planet. I don't know. Right, nearly done here. Just reading what you lot are saying in the WhatsApp about this title screen. Maybe it should be completely empty. Maybe it should just be blank space, like he's looking out into an empty universe. You know, could be kind of cool, but I don't know. I'll leave that up to you. But yeah, boom. Okay, that's my admin done. Basically, even when I'm on annual leave on a Friday, there's a few bits that I have to log on and do at the end of a Friday to finish up the week, and I've done it. So that's party time. So what's next then? I mean, we've got the bomber thing. We want to be able to make... I think it would be cool if he has 2 phases. It just adds polish, doesn't it? It makes the enemy feel alive if he keeps changing behavior and doing different things. And the other thing we could do as well is wherever we've got these chances, we could scale those with like the players progress through the game and stuff like that as well. So there's balancing tricks like that we could do. Now, let's make him occasionally go into his swap state where he'll leave the screen, and then we'll just make him pick one of these two, and of course he will pick bomber again for now, and then we'll build chase afterwards. So we probably want him to have some kind of a state change timer, yeah? I mean... arbitrarily, yeah? Let's set it at 15 seconds. And it auto starts. And whenever it times out, it tells the script. And then every 15 seconds we have... should we say like a half chance again? We'll just do this. We'll just say there's a half chance that he actually goes through with it and changes state. So... if the chance comes out good, then we'll say state equals swap. And if we do go into swap, then let's start a different timer. Oh, cool. Swapping timer, or state swap timer. So this is when he's actually in the swap state. I mean, these aren't named particularly well, but let's say he takes 3 seconds on that. This state change should be a one-shot too. So if we do swap, cool. But if we don't swap, then we need to restart the change timer again. Okay. But if we do move into swap, then instead of starting that timer, we'll start the state swap timer. Okay. Which we'll also need to link into the script. And also, I don't want... Yeah, we want this to be a one-shot but auto-starting. That's correct. And that one doesn't auto-start, but it's also a one-shot. Yeah, that's correct. And then when he's in the swap state, my plan is to just... He does nothing, but he just says, like, his velocity equals... or velocity dot x equals lerp velocity dot x to 0. And we could do that at like the bomber Y speed because it's quite slow, I think. Is that the best? We'll just do it at delta speed. And then as for the Y, we lerp that towards maybe the fast one, negative like bomber X speed. Which basically means the effect of this should be that he'll just drive off the screen. When he finally decides to do this in a minute, he'll just drive upwards, which is fine because that'll be fine. Well, he definitely did it, but he definitely isn't driving upwards. Oh, I know why. I know why. Obviously, because he ain't moving and a sliding, baby. I don't know why I didn't just make it a definite chance. Like we could be waiting here for like minutes before he actually randomly decides to change state. There you go. Perfect. So that'll do. So he'll just do that. And then when these states begin, when we like come out of swap, we'll have functions for like change to bomber or change to chase. And what those will do is they'll just like reposition him somewhere, you know, relative to the player just off screen, so that he can just kind of come back in. Because the way I've built the bomber movement, he's just like lerping around, so he'll assume these positions from anywhere. So we'll just give him a helping hand and just position him just off screen, and then boom, he'll just start doing that. So that'll work. The swapping works. What all we're doing though is putting the state to swap and making him leave the screen, and then when this swap timer times out after that 3 seconds, we know he's ready. So I think it maybe should be 5. We'll leave it at 3 for now. We'll leave it at 3. And this is where he'll decide what he's going to do. So what we'll do for now is we'll just say state. Oh, we'll just say we'll make one called swap to bomber, and then in like swap to bomber, we can have all the stuff that happens to set up the bomber phase, which should just be global position equals the player's global position, and then, my god, my O keeps drives me crazy. If we just take the Y coordinate and just like add or minus, sorry. Like 450, then he'll be off screen. And then state equals bomber. Okay, so now we should see the whole cycle in process, but it's just there's only one state that he ever has. So when he decides to swap state, he'll leave the screen for 3 seconds and then he'll come back. Probably in a good spot, I hope. That was 5 shots in a row. We got 5 like heads in a row on the coin toss. We could definitely add a lot more sort of like ramping to the difficulty level. So instead of it just all being random behavior, it's fine for now to test it. There we go. Okay, so he's decided to change states. He stays off the screen for 3 seconds, and he comes back in, and he just starts redoing the state. But he doesn't have enough initial velocity to deal with being in the middle. Yeah. So let's express this as a vector 2 then instead. Where the y is the minus 450 that we gave, but we also need to give... he needs to be like outside of those these 350s here. Well, 700's fine, right? 700 would be more than enough, and I think that's kind of what I'm feeling. And minus 700, so he'll come in from the left side as well. He came in the middle and stopped. Yeah, that could be a third state, right? We could add more more states to this system. Oh my god, how many was that in a row? Did he just shoot 7 or 8? That was like 7 or 8 heads or tails, like 7 or 8 heads in a row. Oh, he starts with too much speed when he comes. Okay, well, in that case, it's all about where we have him right now, isn't it? That's like the ratio that I've built that for. So we'll call it, let's move him to the official starting position of the bomber state. And that's like basically 400, yeah? So we'll go at that height. -400 pixels. And then what did I say? So we'll change that to -400, and that's -450. I don't know why I'm doing this. I can just type it in here. Wait. No. Because on the y coordinate, the player is also up. How many pixels? Like 256. So the starting position here would be minus another 256. I'll just let the engine do the maths for me. Yeah, so he'll be starting with this here, with this -400, -450. He'll be starting up there, relative to the player and the camera. Yeah, so that kind of seems perfect. And then we can test what that will look like now. So yeah. He adjusts his y coordinate very, very, like, kind of quickly into just straight lines. So that would be something to play with. But I suppose also once we start moving, then his y goes up and down anyway. It's only because I'm still that's happening. So I think actually it's fine. Only when players just stand still, he'll just start to just hover like that. Just maybe more believable anyway. Is he going to want to change state soon? We get a half chance of it happening every 15 seconds. So we could be waiting here for minutes. Like we've got that 8 in a row before. It could be like 4 minutes before he does it. These are not the time efficient ways to develop a game. Come on. It's like sunk cost fallacy now though, isn't it? Because now I just want to sit here until he does it. Because I've waited now, so I might as well. Why don't we play? We'll play while he does. Oh, there we go. Look. New state. He's gone, buddy. And then he's back. Shooting bullets from off screen that I couldn't really dodge. Yeah. The bullets do kind of need to move relative to the planet, I think. And it's kind of crazy otherwise. I think the bombs he drops are fine, just falling. But the bullets, the things that are being aimed at you, they really need to move with the planet. New draft of the title screen in the WhatsApp, yeah? Jokes. Yeah, that's cool. I feel like it looks like a different kind of game than the one we've got though now. I don't know why. Maybe we do need like a planet in the distance. Could you make one of these shapes like exactly like how it looks right now with the core and like just little sticky outy bits all around it? Just one of those, just like in the distance between the make and the press start maybe, or like maybe above his head, or maybe we like put the planet into the text somehow of make. I don't know, there's no O's in it, which is annoying, because if there was an O, it would be perfect. You just put one of these there. You could put them in the little dots in the A's, maybe. Here, look, I'll show you the stream. Sorry, there we go. All right. But the state changing seems to be working. Let's observe him do it once more. So why don't I just play for a bit now as well and see. I'm on minus 250 health. So let's try and not lose any more. Keep it at minus 250. It's hard to move slowly, yeah, and the bullets need to rotate, so I need to be able to dodge them. And then it means we'll be able to fire more at the player as well, make it more exciting. You can jump into holes to dodge them as well, which is quite nice. And that works currently. Like the only way you can dodge the bullets is with your height. And what we want to be able to do is dodge them with left and right as well. But yeah, I think the bomber ones I might just leave dropping directly down the way they do. Just because that also looks kind of cool. Oh, I got really out of line with the center of the screen then. You could see me actually, the game just pushing me back slowly to the middle. He hasn't changed state in there. Just look at the number of bullets there. Okay, I lost a fair whack of health on that. It's much, much harder to build a fucking thing, though. With him shooting, man, like, the planet is not getting very big. It's actually become incredibly difficult just with the amount of interruption he's bringing. Like, it's so difficult to make it, like, get flat again. Oh no! He locked me in. That's hilarious. Right. What's next then? What's the next thing? I've got an idea. Okay, sick. Ideas what this is all about. So should we try and give him another state now? I think he should swap more often than every 15 seconds as well. That felt like a long time. And maybe, like, maybe there should be an upper bound too. So, like, maybe it should actually be that it just chooses between 10 and 20 seconds. But when the state change timer times out, it always happens. Oh, look, we've got a new chatter on YouTube. Safe. Sard, how are you? Big up yourself. Are you in the GMTK Jam as well? I'll show you what we've got going. We've got this little guy running around the planet, and wherever you run, wherever you run, you make land behind you, which kind of becomes the platforms that you got to run around on your next lap. And then we've got this guy shooting, basically destroying all the platforms and trying to get you. Trying to shoot at you and shoot at your platforms. But yeah, we need to sort out these bullets. You're in the jam? Oh, nice. Take a screenshot of the planet. Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, I've got a good one that I used for the thumbnail. Although I think all I saved is the thumbnail. I didn't save the raw screenshot that I had. But the YouTube thumbnail has a shot in it. You can probably screenshot from the stream from what I just had anyway as well, right? I can do the... Yeah, hold on. Yeah, there you go. Send it in the Discord. Okay. You're in the jam. Nice. Looks fun. Oh, thanks. What are you making? What's your interpretation of loop? Okay, so let's sort out the bullets first. Here's the thing. The bullets, we want them to be children of the core now, rather than of the world. So when he shoots, when we get parent and add child, the bullets are being added to the game world, which is what we want the bombs to do. But these bullets should be added to the core, which I don't think. No, the break doesn't yet know about the core, but he will do. And then if I get parent, get node, oh no, we don't. We can just say, sorry, what am I talking about? We just need to put core there, right? Instead of the get parent, we just say core, add child bullet. And I think that will work. But yeah, it's a bit crazy then, because the bullets really just are never going to be accurate. Like, they're going to be just as bad as the little bombs he drops. He like shot them over there. They were still moving round the thing. How? I think I need to be able to see what's going on here. How is it coming back down towards me? Oh, look, they rotate, but they're... They rotate around the point, but their trajectory is not being rotated. Why? "2D top-down racing game." Oh, nice, nice, nice. So, that's a puzzler. I just would have thought... because we set their velocity, and then all they're doing is moving and sliding with that velocity. I guess that velocity is always absolute. Well, this is going to be very complicated then. Shouldn't be, though. Do they have... is there like a thing for this? I wonder if there's like a checkbox to make it like, you know... floating. Will that change it? No, doesn't seem so. Again, I need to actually zoom out to properly understand, I think. That hasn't changed a thing, has it? Looking at that one that was down there a minute ago. They can rotate, but they're still just going in the directions they were going in when they left. Wow, okay, interesting. This is a unique sort of puzzler. I don't know why, if they're parented to the... It might be something about them being character bodies and being moved and slided. So maybe we won't use move and slide. Even though they're character bodies, maybe we'll just move them through space. So we'll get them to take the vector. And then it's just going to be like position, not global position, position plus equals target. I mean, you can try that, right? So then when break shoots a bullet, instead of setting the bullet's velocity, set the bullet's target to target normalized times bullet speed. Bullet speed probably is going to end up being a variable in the bullet script now instead of in this script, or a constant rather. Go on, shoot me. Okay. Yes. Yes, that works now. That's better. And some of the bullets that miss end up floating around out there. The bomber phase is actually quite savage because he destroys a lot of the terrain. That's the real problem with the bomber phase, right? He can occasionally shoot bullets at you. I want to see him shoot a bullet at me. Oh yeah, but it's because I'm moved already. They're already a bad shot, right? Is that it? Wait, is this working? I don't think it's working. No. So, like, it's not getting the initial aim correct. I think I know why, though. Hey. Dogloaf cute. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. How does it work? Well, the game is basically, the theory is that wherever you run, you leave platforms behind. And then this guy's trying to kill you and destroy the platforms, and you're trying to build like the biggest planet that you can before you die or something. So it's like a bit of an endless runner inspired platformer with this kind of make your own platforms by where you stand gimmick. And then the loop obviously means, yeah, every time you come back around to where you last were, you're having to deal with the platforms that you left behind last time. So there should be some good strategy emerges for like the best ways to kind of create a nice environment to run on. See, that was quite smooth, but I left a problem there, but then he destroyed it. All that kind of stuff. So what was I just about to do? I need to fix the bullets. So as long as we set target correctly at the very beginning, then it will work, because they're behaving properly. They're just not being initialized properly. And that's because we're making it a child of the core, and the core will be at some rotation. So then when we set this target and we apply it to the position of the core's coming in rotated, right? Can you 3 rows so I can screenshot it? What do you mean? Oh, what, like make a thing? I mean, if you want a really good screenshot, I'll just make you one. Is this going on the like title screen? Because if it is, then we should just make one that looks really good. I mean, if we're going to put a screenshot of gameplay on the title screen, I would advocate for doing it right at the end, because we're probably going to make the gameplay look a lot better than this. Or is it just the planet itself? But even still, the planet itself, I think, might change the way it looks. So, yeah. if we're literally screenshotting it to put on the title screen, let's do that at the very end. Because I reckon like most of how this looks will probably change in the next couple of days, won't it? Right. So we're feeding it the vector there. And that vector just needs to be rotated by, like, minus the rotation of the core. So we say core dot rotation target minus equals core dot rotation, or how do we make that into a vector too? From angle. That came up just then, didn't it? And the angle's a float, which means it wants radians, which would be that. I think that might do it. Come on, shoot me. Oh, well, it's going to obviously work here because the rotation is at 0. So they're both kind of the same by chance. But what if we're like up here? No, it still doesn't work. Shoot, you shot backwards. Yeah, you shot backwards again and backwards again. Oh yeah, we don't want to just take this away. We need to rotate the vector itself. So there's some maths to do there. Add some power-ups, add a cat. Yeah. If you jump 50 blocks up, you reach the end of the background. Nice. Well, I mean, I think with the background, we may have to do a similar thing. Well, firstly, the way I've done the background is really stupid and inefficient. I'll tell you for why. The camera starts here and it only ever moves directly upwards. So like, although, no, actually, hold on, no, it's not as stupid as it sounds because all this stuff's rotating, isn't it? Of course. So the player is seeing all of that background. Because, yeah, okay. All right, ignore me. The background does need to spread out in rings in all directions. But yeah, I haven't done it very far yet. It's just, we can work on the actual gameplay loop. I believe finalized gameplay loop is in the plan for tomorrow. Let's see what we've done today. We've nearly done projectiles. We've done the enemy nearly, I suppose. Destroying terrain we have done. Obstacles, yeah, okay, well, we're kind of working on all these 3 things are kind of all linked in the same thing, really. And then we'll get a test build up before the end of today. But destroying terrain is done, which is sick. That is a good one to just tick off there. And yeah, finish game loop tomorrow. Add level ups maybe, or incremental difficulty, polish the gameplay, quality of life platforming. And then any last minute assets and menus and testing on Sunday. I think it's a pretty nice. Add anti-cheat, mate. I don't mind. I welcome people to cheat at this. Okay, so where was I? I know exactly what I need to do. I just need to look up how to do it. So we want to subtract the angle of one vector from the angle of another vector. Vector 2. So So target equals target dot angle minus the rotation of the like that. The target is going to be the target's angle minus the core's rotation angle and the vector 2 from that angle, and then that. I think that will work. Oh yeah, well, it will work when we're at 0 rotation. Oh no, we just get an error. Valve runs callable and float. Which one of those is a callable? Oh, should it be like that? Of course it should. Yeah, I think that's right now. Because it is a callable. It's weird how it knew. Oh yeah, look, there we go. Like that's pointing at the player. And now it's pointing at where the player used to be. And that bullet is also working as well. Yeah, the bullets are working now. Sick. Now the only other thing is, I reckon while we're running, the dude's going to be terrible at shooting. So what if he took your speed into account and shot ahead of you, right? And maybe this is enough, to be fair. This is probably enough. Because there'll be moments where you stop and then if he shoots like 5 times at you, and yeah. But shooting just a little bit ahead of you could be a very interesting thing. Even if we literally just say whenever he shoots, he targets directly. Or he just looks at your speed, right? Or looks at whether you're holding down left or right or not, and just adjusts just based on the players, whether the player's holding in a direction in that moment. He knows about player, right? And player has a variable called direction, right? Oh no, we just define direction here, because what we'll do is we'll make direction actually be legit. Just start default to 0, and then that means now break can look at our direction. So it would be here. We'd want to sort of just add or subtract a bit. No. We take the player's position and I'm minus 35 from it to get the middle of the player's body. We'd do it here. Then we'd be like, we say, if player.direction is greater than 0, then he's moving to the right. So then target.x plus equals 100 maybe? If is less than 0, minus it. And obviously if the player's not moving at all and it's 0, then they'll shoot directly at the player. Didn't really work. I think when you're moving like that and he shoots at you, there's just no hope of it hitting you, right? The bullets just aren't really a threat anymore. long as I'm moving quickly enough. I mean, it still looks sufficiently cool, I think. And at least it feels like you can actually dodge them now. Like, look, if he shoots those at me now, I can, like, run away left and right. So I think that's good. That's an improvement. They could be slightly faster, couldn't they? Times 2, maybe. Yeah, he just can't manage to get anywhere near us with the bullets if you're running. But there will be times when players are slow as well. I think that's a good speed for the bullets. And I think he'll shoot lots of them at you from behind when he's in chasing mode. Still need a reason to move. Yeah. Well, that's his like chasing state will do that, right? We could make the bullets he shoots in the chasing state like not be rotating, so you actually can't dodge them. If he gets too close to you, he just starts shooting at you, and you have to just run to like outrun him. Chase you with a downward laser. Okay, yeah, that's the one, isn't it? So, because then he just creates a wall. So he'll like, in this chase state, he'll rock up here. And he'll be shooting that. And then he'll just, like, when he's in this quadrant, his speed will be slightly slower than you are. So as he gets near to you, you can make up pace, but he'll never fall further behind than here. So once he gets to here, he'll be able to match your top speed, and therefore he'll come back into this section where then you'll be required to actually be moving at your top speed to beat him, and then in that way he'll always be on this sort of side of the screen somewhere with this laser, and if he catches you all the way up to here, you're done. And then maybe that could be like his main state, and then he just occasionally gives you a break from that to drop bombs and destroy your planet, and then he goes back to that, because the laser shouldn't destroy bricks, it should just kill you, I think. And so it can do the kind of chasing most of the time, 75% of the time, and then like every now and again he just takes a break, drops loads of bombs on you and loads of crazy bullets everywhere, and then goes back to the laser. But then the whole time we'll also have asteroids coming, which will force you to jump, and they'll just come from various angles, well, probably mostly shallow angles like that across the screen. They won't rotate with the world, you'll just have to jump them. Because the idea is the asteroids are orbiting the planet, right? They're coming into the orbit, so as you run around, there they are, or something. I don't know. Fuck it. That doesn't make sense, but whatever. Okay, let's get that. Let's get the chase state going then. And this one is going to be a little bit more mathematical, because we have to be constantly applying the rotation of the core to his position, he's going to need to be sort of rotating around that point without actually being a child of it. We'll have to think about that. Just going to go to the loo. All right, I've thought about it. It's going to be easy. Because we can break it down way, way more simply, right? There's going to be an arc that we can define as being here up to here. And we'll just keep that completely. Oh no, but you know what? The arc has to actually change with the circle of the layer that you're kind of on, right? Yeah. So the arc could be like that, but then later in the game it might just be much more shallow like that. But the point is, I guess, that it starts here, and it's like however many layers above the player that's the arc it will take around the core, around wherever the core is. So we take that height value of whatever the Y value the player is, we add something to it, and it's that there. It's that circle that describes the arc that he can move along. And that's it. And then we don't have to, and then what we do is we just say when the core's rotating, when the player's running, we move him backwards along that arc at the same speed. Or not at the same speed, because we want to imply he has some speed. And when you're still, whatever speed he's moving at then, that's his speed. And then that's it. When you're still, he'll move along that arc towards the middle to kill you. And then when you run, we'll subtract that speed from his, which will make him go slightly backwards. But then when he reaches here, or when he reaches whatever the edge of the arc is, then yeah. And the angle that he's at should always be pointing towards the core. So he will also rotate his ship depending on what the maths of all that is. So there's going to be a fair bit to this. The first thing is thinking about how we define his position. I think I know what to do. I think we should actually think of his position as being an angle, not a position in space. We'll sort of through maths get the position in space, but what it really is it's his angle. Although the range of acceptable angles will change depending on the actual arc. Okay, so we know the angle here, and then we have to basically compute where that circle reaches the edge of the box, and then that defines like the range of angles that he's able to reside in. There is some stuff to this though, because then we have to distribute his speed like along this arc, which will change length. So maybe thinking about his position as an angle isn't the right way to do it. No, we should just define what the arc is, move him along that, and just test when he reaches the edge of the screen. And when he reaches the edge of the screen, that's when he gets the speed boost. And then we can just apply speed to him along the arc. Yeah. Okay. So maybe is move and slide still the right approach here? Almost certainly not. We just want to kind of move him with like code. Also, I thought I saw as well before. I thought I saw him like glitching out a bit. Oh, I've got something's wrong. Oh yeah, direction. So was that not running last time we tested it? If player.direction.x is greater than 0, nah. What? Oh, is direction already like a core? No. I'm super confused by that. I thought we ran it with that code there already. A vector 2 and an int. So direction is a vector 2. Oh, yeah, because I added it being initialized as a vector 2, but it's not. It's just a integer. Okay. Fine. Right, we're back on our feet. I think there's something wrong with my timers, because I think I've been seeing him like disappear. Also, where's he going now? Oh, he just went. Yeah, he just left for changing state. Oh, dodged them all. This is the state where you can kind of have a little bit of a breather, in a way, from the speed. It's even though he's going to be destroying the terrain, it's actually an opportunity for you to fix up the terrain a bit, isn't it? Add difficulty in the health bar. Yeah, well, we've got like a debug health stat up there, which you can take damage. Oh, if I actually had hit that bullet. Here we go. Watch. Health 100. Not anymore. Health 80. Ooh. So yeah, to make this phase, screen shake when you get hit, yeah, all those things. Let's just get this enemy working. So let's do something for chase animation and start with that, because I think I can just write that and it will just be very nice to have. The blobs of slime randomly squidge out of the planet. They get squished by a block. Jokes. You gotta bounce. Alright, cool, peace out. So why I see this working is that our global rotation has got to be the angle between you and the core. So equals global position, so yeah, dot angle to zero. That should sort out the rotation. And then the head just needs to be on frame 0, right? For now, at least. In fact, you know which one I want it to be? Probably that one. Let's just set it to frame 2. I can maybe do something more fun with that later once it's moving, but I'd want to test it with its movement behavior. But for now, I think that'll do. That'll just, his head will go down and he'll just constantly be rotated to the point of that. I mean, there's the movement, but that's the animation done. So yeah, this is going to be the complicated part, but I'm confident we can do it. So we need to set a target. Basically, there should be somewhere that is our target. And then we should just be constantly lerping the position to that target. I think that's going to be the easiest way to do this. And then we'll just calculate the target. So the target's going to equal some vector 2. We'll call it 0 for now, but we're going to be calculating that every frame based on various things. And then we just say call it chase speed times delta. $500 for now, I don't know. We'll play with that in a minute. And then the target will need to just be, and probably, I mean, probably this chase speed needs to be a very, very high value. So it's just like goes there. Right. It may be as well that it's better to just simply do that and just hard code it like that, and we just calculate the target and we just move them around with pure maths. What we need to be doing is thinking about a certain amount of distance around the circumference. So, like, to bring it back to, in fact, let's use paint to get my head around this. So there's the core of the planet. And when we're very, very close to it, you know, well, let's just do something else. The screen. Or whatever. Look, when he's very close to it, we kind of want this sort of angle. When he's much further away, it's going to be more like that kind of angle. But the important thing is, like, whatever that circle is that continues round is this distance on the circumference. That's the thing. We've set that as a constant, and then we just move the value around along that constant amount of circumference, and we can take the distance on the circumference and kind of extrapolate from that what this angle is going to be, and then that angle is how we, that's why we don't even need to know the angles. We have the circumference and we'll have the radius because we'll know the height we want him to be at. So from the radius, we'll be able to work out what distance we want, or, you know, what distance on the circumference is. Well, I suppose we do need to know, because then we need to define the arc somehow. Yeah, because what we want to do is we want to say, look, if he goes 1 centimeter, then what's that angle and what's his position? There's some maths for this, isn't there? Where you define a portion Yeah. Like points on an arc. I guess we do need to work out the angle, because then we apply the radius that we know, because then we can position it by saying be that angle at that distance and get his position like that. Yeah. So let's say arbitrarily then, given the screen is however big this screen is, 1280 wide, that his curve can be at least the whole half of the screen, yeah, because as it curves, he won't get there. So let's start with it being 640. So chase speed, chase arc length will be 640 for now. That's the only constant we need. I guess his speed, which we've got here, yeah. And then we say distance. Like, he wants like a distance from target, right? Distance 2 starts at 640. He'll start right at when he starts this phase, he'll always start right at the back of the curve. And he's trying to reduce this down to 0, right? Arc tip, like Y or something, arc top Y. So it's the Y value at the top of the arc is going to be, I suppose that's a constant. Chase arc height. How many pixels above the player is it? I think I did just hard code some numbers in here, but yeah. So let's take those out. So I guess try the same on the arc height for now. Okay, and so the arc top Y is going to be players global position dot Y. I'll comment that lerp out for now. The player's global position dot Y plus that constant we just made, the chase arc height. And then what we want to do is we want to find what is the point in space for the circle where arctop y is the radius, and we are 640 units sort of around that circumference there. What's that angle? And therefore, what is that position? If we take the radius and we move it 640 points around the circumference of the circle to there, that's where he needs to be. That's this target. And I think these are the numbers we need for it. But what the formula is knows. So let's Google it. Circle segment angle circumference. Should get it right. A circle segment is a region bounded by a chord and an arc. Oh no, that's not what I want. I don't want a segment then. Circle slice, or what's it called? Wedge. Two radii and the arc between them. No. Circular sector. A circle sector's arc length is a fraction of the entire circle's circumference. Of course it is, determined by the sector's angle. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I could have thought of that myself. The formula for the arc's length is theta over 360 times pi d. This AI overview says, at the end of all that, according to BBC Bite Size. What have I become? Need to shout out BBC Bite Size in the credits of this game. Right. Okay. Right, so we want to reverse engineer this. The circumference is pi d, right? So our ratio is 64 over the radius, well, 2 times the radius times pi, and all of that together. 640 over that is the fraction of the radius of the whole circle that we have access to. And therefore we have the same access to that fraction of angles, right? So we want to get a vector too by taking that angle, not 640 actually, distance 2. Distance 2 is going to be a moving target here. So we don't want to set it to 640 in here. We want to initialize that somewhere up here. And we need to reset that to 640 whenever we move to the chase state as well. And I think I should give it a better name. Chase distance 2, chase distance 2, and chase distance 2. Okay. So then what we're saying is that the target is going to be a vector defined by that angle and that radius. So there's the portion plus, so we want to take whatever that portion is, subtract it with another 90. So it's going to be minus all of that minus 90 is going to be the angle. And then we want a vector from angle, which is that. And then we want that vector to be, because from angle presumably is going to return like a unit vector. Yeah. So then we want to multiply that by the radius. I reckon that's it. Let's make it default to being in chase mode. And let's see what that does. That's definitely not it. And I have no idea why. And now he's upside down. Amazing. Oh, because I haven't converted to and from degrees. This is getting it in radians, and I'm minusing 90. What's 90 degrees in radians? Minus 1.5708. Still doing the exact same crazy shit, so that's not encouraging. Okay. Oh, this should be a minus. Where is he though? He's just chilling out down there. What's he doing down there? Oh, that might be right. Because... $6.40 may be much too long. Is he coming around the curve? Oh, he's just changed state. You know that might be right. If the... What am I looking for? The chase distance to... This constant here. What if that was like 100? No, okay, it's not working then. Fuck. It's still just down there, yeah? And then he wasn't even moving when I was jumping then. That made things worse. Also, look, I can't spell length. If I put that back to 640, does he do the jumping again like he wasn't before? Yeah. What's the debugger worried about? So now it's fine. So is this the player's global position minus that? It's a minus number. We're timesing it by a minus number, right? We want this to be a positive. So should it be minus the player's global position, which will be a minus number, and plus that one? Maybe. He is certainly moving like kind of how I would expect, but I was expecting him to be 640 away. I did change it back to 640, didn't I? I mean, what if this was 1200? Would he be twice as far away? Is he just going to be in the same fucking place? It does look a bit further away. But these numbers are ridiculous. What if it's like 3,000? That does look like it's working. The numbers are just insanely large, not what I would have expected at all. very, very confusing. These are just, it would still just, the diameter of the circle would still just be in units, right? Like, because now that radius is correct in there. One's not going to do anything, is it? Let's do 100. Interesting. Extremely interesting. That is a perfect orbit as well. So I mean, we're getting there. We're definitely moving him around an arc, right? Which is what we were trying to do. And then he's probably decided he wants to go and be a... Cool. He's going the wrong way, doesn't he? Yeah. He's going the wrong way. Oh yeah, because I'm asking him to get further away. Oh, that's kind of correct then. It's kind of what we wanted, right? Is he coming back round? Oh, next he changed state. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Now, why is he turning upside down? Should be like that. If I comment out that line, is it anything to do with that line? Yeah, it's completely that line. He's got the right face on. But he should never get past us there. Minus that. What I don't understand is why it's like only like 90 degrees. Why is his angle to vector 0 90 degrees, you know? Doesn't make any sense. His origin's there. if I take him and I go into his transform and we have his rotation here, like, that's the kind of behavior I'm expecting. Minus pi and then 0. Why is it global position to 0? Oh, maybe I need angle to point or something. Is it going to be that one? Yeah. No. Nearly. It's like rotating backwards to it. So what if it was not minus? No. Now he's still rotating backwards, but starting in the wrong place. Okay, so I think it might be this then. It might be that it's that way around. Global position in here. Okay, last try. It's minus that. So close, that one. That one's close, isn't it? Wait, that's the same as the one we had before. I don't think putting them either way around makes a difference. But maybe it does in angle too. No, we're back in just the hell of being stuck at minus pi the whole time. Which really makes no sense, does it? Let's look at what angle 2 means. Return to angle between quarter. I don't know what. Oh wait, is that like this, like a 4D thing or something, isn't it? Returns the assigned angle to the given vector in radians. Illustration of the returned angle. Oh, I see why. It's the angle between the two vectors, like here. So if one of them is 0, then that doesn't work. So I think what I do want is for the rotation to be to vector 2 right. Probably not minus it, probably just vector 2 right, angle to global position. Oh, that's so close. Maybe it is minus it then. No. But we're getting there. starting with this big angle like that. The other part of it that matters is this bit down here, right? What I'm trying to do is say he needs to go like that. And then it's all about how we're doing this conversion in here as well, which might be wrong, which might be making it impossible for us to get it right up here. No, but that's the movement. So hold on, that's separate. This is just a self-contained thing about the rotation, isn't it? Yes, it is. So I think this needs like a -90 on it or something, doesn't it? Maybe one of these. It's nearly right, but it's going backwards. Yes, got it. Finally got it. So now the ship goes around the planet. And all we've got to do now is push him backwards whenever we're running. Yeah, okay, so this will work. The other thing that I find wild is that, so we can stop printing that, is that this needs to be 3,000. Why is that so many units? That doesn't make any sense because the chase distance 2, that's the proportion of the diameter, like that's the raw amount of the diameter. So it should be being fed into like we are 3,000 units along the diameter. I guess we're not starting in the right place. What if it's at 0? Where does he begin? He begins up there. Oh. What? So then if he's like 150 away? It's like right fucking next to it. How is that 150 units away? And then we go like 3,000 units. Bearing in mind the screen is 1280 across. That's 3,000 units on that curve. There's something fishy going on here. something wrong with this, isn't there? We're moving along the right curve, but we're doing it wrong, I think. So we're saying that the target location for us to be at is a vector 2 that we get from an angle. Yeah, I mean, what I expected to be something like that. It's because this bit isn't being multiplied by any scale, is it? Like, that's the problem. That bit needs like some multiplier for it to play with the 90 degrees we're taking off properly. Make a parallax background. Yeah, baby. We actually have one already. Would you believe it? Check it out. Look at those stars and the nebulas and everything. There's 4 layers back there. Ah, baby. Right. Because we're saying this is like, we're presenting this with an angle. But all we've done is taken the ratio here. This is just the portion of the diameter over the diameter. So that's a fraction. And then we need to multiply that by like whatever 360 degrees is in radians. That's what we're missing. Which I think is 2 pi. And we want to multiply all that by 2 pi and then subtract that, which I think is that 90 degrees in radians. Oh yeah, but it's a multiplication that we're doing before we... Okay, so we're saying multiply by tau. And now that chase distance 2 it should be accurate units now, and you'll just be miles away. Yeah, right. So and then that could be more like 1, like the speed of that could just be 1 there, and this can go back to being what I expected to be a reasonable amount, which was 640. That looks good. That looks kind of perfect, what I had in mind. And let's give him some sort of temporary laser beam then, I suppose. So we'll just make it a polygon, I guess. Except I can't spell the word polygon. Laser. guess I'll just make it do that. Make it bright red, slightly pink. Make it go behind the sprites and make it, it's like not massive. Well, it's great. Can I just do that in here? Can I just make it like a bit transparent there? Okay, and then what I'm hoping we can do, because it's pointing downwards, if we scale it now, we unconnect these and we scale the Y, it just goes down. So now that can be scaled. So we make it 1 unit. We'll make it 1 unit long, which that's not. That's 1 unit, right? And so now whatever we multiply it by, it will be, yeah, that's 1. And that's 2.5 there. Yeah, cool. Okay, so now we've got that there. If we scale this by like 256 times, oops, not in that axis, then it's as long as 256. And then, yeah, that's good. So now we'll put that back to 1. And when he's in laser mode, we'll make the laser visible. In fact, I don't think you won't be able to see it. Yeah, we don't need to, we just need to mess with its scale. Okay, so back to the script. Whenever we go to swap, we can just do it there. We can just say laser dot scale dot y equals 1, and then during chase, it's like an animation thing, isn't it? The laser scale will be, it needs to be that, right? It needs to be the radius of the arc he's on. Okay, so even though it's an animation thing, we'll just shoehorn it in here. And just multiply by that. Yeah, cool. And then it's just going straight down into the core of the planet. When it gets to you, it just, it just burns you. Nice. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. So we need to just mess with his actual movement while he's in this state now. We come into game here and we put him behind the core, then the laser won't yeah, it would be blocked by everything else, and we'll just be able to see it in the air, which is much better. And then he'll zap us when he chooses to, but no, he's finished with that and he's off. Cool. That state swapping didn't look very good then, because I think he wasn't going fast enough in the first place. How are we doing this then? That needs to say velocity.y. There we go. Okay, but you can see, like, what we need now is for him to move back we're going to have a couple of different rates. Three different rates, yeah? That he can move at depending on whether the player is. So now we say if player dot direction equal or is greater than 1. We did this already, didn't we, in his shooting. Ball shoots. Here. This is what we want. And then else when the player's still, there'll be a third speed. Maybe that speed. Okay, so if the player's direction is greater than 0, we're going to the right. So we actually need to make him go backwards at some very slow rate. And let's try that. Yeah, so when we're still, he needs to be moving way faster, like 5 or something. Okay, and then maybe this should be like +1 instead. And then yeah, I think that's good. Also, this is interesting. Your direction can still be in that direction without you actually be moving in that direction. We don't want to look at the player's direction. We want to look at whether or not they are successfully moving. I mean, also, given that, and also because this just didn't work anyway, and we know that's now the wrong way of doing it, let's get rid of it from there. But yeah, this won't work, because if the player's just running into a wall, then this guy's not going to be moving at the correct speed. And yeah, we may still lerp to the target, because this chase distance too is what's determining the target, which at the moment we're just hard coding. But once we're calculating the target, I just want to be able to see rawly exactly what we're calculating. And once we're happy with that, then we can try and make it smooth with a lerp. But the player direction, this is the wrong way of doing it. What we need is to be actually like plugged in to here, to where we rotate everything, where we're not on the wall and we're not overlapping walls and all that kind of stuff. Just going to go grab another glass of water while I mull this over a minute. Oh, I've got some cold pizza as well. Brain food. Oh, yeah. Alright. What's the story here then? I mean, maybe we should be getting the rotation increment, because that's the actual like maths of the movement, right? I don't think the player knows who Beak Beak is yet. Or Break Break. I keep reading it as Beak Beak. But if the player was to ask Beak Beak, look, are you in chase mode? Because if you are, I've got a value for you. That would work. Sorry, talking with my mouth full. I'm very much talking to you and anyone else who'll listen while I'm talking and eating pizza at the same time. Oh, I don't know. I've just been rambling. The best way to do this would be for the player to pass the rotation increment. Which is the player's speed over the radius of the circle. Which basically means that the player's speed becomes constant as the radius gets bigger. So it's that rotation increment that the that Break can use, maybe. Problem is, I've built his system to take a distance. Because I figured that made more sense, to move along a distance. So yeah, why don't we just send a more generic, I'm moving left, I'm moving right. Is the game almost finished? Well, my target for tonight is to get a test build onto itch. It's going to be far from finished, but I hope we have something playable, you know what I mean, with most of the features in, something that gives you an idea, and also just so we can test that it's all going to work in browser, because you don't want to find out, like we did with our audio in the last jam, on the day of submission, that actually the audio is not working in browser. Luckily I fixed it like just in time, with like 20 minutes to go. I think I found the solution or something like that. I don't want to do that again. So we're going to try and test it in browser tonight. And I mean, projectiles are done. Projectiles are done now. And since I got those bullets working, that was the last time I looked at that. Obstacles, not really sure. That was just a list item. But the enemy is nearly done. So, I mean, yeah, we're getting there. Direction's less than 0. So this is moving left. So we'll just send it like, just make some little functions to receive each frame this distant, this kind of value, yeah? And so player moves right. Right, so what he's going to do then, every time this triggers, we know that frame the player is moving. Don't know if that helps us. Yeah, I guess we just say if state equals chase, then we're going to add some multipliers to the chase distance too. When the player's moving left, chase distance 2 can be reduced by 5. And when we're moving the other way, it can be increased by 5. And then all we need to have here is just some base amount of progress, where it gets reduced by 5 every time. So yeah, that feels like it's working now. Where he's moving, but our moving adds and subtracts from his progress. It's all a bit too fast though, because I might go with 3s. Oh yeah, but as long as the two numbers are the same, his base speed has to be less than our speed, right? So something like that too. So you can actually gain on him. Then he will gain on you when you stop. But you can just about, if you're just full pelt, and then off he goes. And you should come back. There he goes. Dropping bombs. We haven't reset his rotation, so he looks like he's having a good time up there. Yeah, that's kind of working, which is good. I think when he's in swap, rotation should lerp to lerp rotation to 0. And then ultimately whenever you swap to bomber, also let's just hard code that in case he doesn't ever make it. Nice. See you in a bit. Okay. And then we would say here, like, if chase distance 2 becomes greater than the chase arc length, then it just needs to be that. So you can never get further away from us than that. So there we go, he reaches constant speed when he gets that far behind. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck in a glitchy hole. It's so rare, this glitch, but it's still there. It is still there. Damn. So now, if we get rid of that, and we get this lerp back in at the end instead. Where is he? He's just gone, bro. Why? Let's go back to doing that again. There we go. Why would he not just go there so quickly when the speed is that high? Let's get rid of delta. Nowhere to be seen. Dude's just vanished. Yeah, I can't for the life of me work out why. Alert wouldn't work. That was like 50,000. But if I comment this out and just move him there, he's just there. It can't, it just has to be. Oh, I've been lerping things at numbers. Well, I suppose I've been using delta. Okay, yeah, fair enough. So this should just be a 1. Probably is the thing for maximum lerpage. It just makes it a little bit smoother. Probably doesn't make it any smoother, right? What if delta's just there on its own? Bit shaky in it. Actually, quite like it with just an incredibly high value. Okay. We'll leave it at that. I'll try a 0.7 maybe. Something much smaller and just see. Yeah, I can handle that. I was going to say delta wasn't used. Yeah. Okay. In this mode, our guy actually needs a hitbox on the laser, but it should be a different type of hitbox that only the player can take. So the player's hitbox should be looking out for some laser. And it's going to be an area entered. This will be the laser. Okay, so that's health minus equals 50. And then we should tell the tell break we've been hurt and like to piss off basically and to not do it again. So when the chase, let's make it 30. When the chase sequence finishes, so when he catches you, the chase, yeah, whatever it's called, state should finish. So we kind of basically want to like force that. State swap and state swap timer start. And state change timer should stop. So all these things should be a forced thing. So maybe we have a function here called chase over, where we do all those things. Do we have to reset it? Let's stop and start. Starts the timer or resets the timer if it was started already. This method does not resume a pause timer. See paused. Okay, cool. So we can just say stop. Yes, that's fine. And then chase over should be called by the player when it gets hit. So we take that out there and then we say area, get your parent, which will be the laser, and then get your parent, which will be break, and then tell it chase over. And then the laser should have a child that is a area 2D called laser area. Why not? And then that can have a collision shape, which will be a rectangle. And it will be the exact same size as the actual laser. Oh yeah, look, we can make this a bit thinner. Let's make it go to there. there like that. And the collider can also be the same. Okay, and then we're going to make this collider, or this laser area, be on the laser layer. And it should scale with the laser when we scale the laser in the script. And because we've told break is chase over, all those things happen, and then it'll come back into another state. And I suppose the last thing to do is to see how he chooses. At the moment, he just swaps the bomber. So we should say choice equals mod 3 or mod 4. Let's do 3, and then we'll just say choice is 0, swap to bomber, else swap to chase. So chase is like the more common one. Yeah, and the laser should now be able to catch me and kill me. So let's see. And as soon as it does, he should turn it off and run away. And we lost 30 health, and that was it. And then he'll come back. In fact, he has already. Okay, it's a game now. We have an active enemy with 2 different attack states, swapping between them, dealing damage. Let's see how far I can get. I started with a disadvantage of taking 30 hits from the laser as a test. Taking damage. Just trying to tidy up my planet a bit, you know what I mean? He's been stuck in bomber state for a long time, hasn't he? Oh, no. This is what we need to do. We need to give make the ability to something not right though. He's not swapping states. We need to always start this again. I don't think we ever. Once we swap back to another state, then we need to say, okay, get ready to change again. Wow, yeah, he leapt back to that point quickly. So, okay, so here's the thing. in the swap to bomber, we reset his global position to something sensible, and we should do that here as well. Minus like 850, and then this one could be just 0, maybe. He's gone for a bomber. A stint as the bomber. He just did that for 10 seconds though. Seems like he wanted to stop. Oh, he's back for more. And so he needs to come and arrive at this this state sooner. Oof, what a dodge. Oh no, he just like destroyed the platform I was going to use to escape. I'm still on full health though. Uh-oh. He did it. Uh-oh. I'm gonna die. Okay. I'm actually stuck now. So yeah, we need to give Make the ability to bop blocks that are above his head, like Mario does, so we can blast our way out of any holes that we get stuck in. Yeah, that's quite an important addition. Okay. Okay, so what's the kind of priorities here? Let's look back at our list, because I think for now I'm going to call break done, which is rather nice. And so I suppose the obstacles will just be the asteroids. So why don't we just do the asteroids now quickly, and then we can just make a test build for Itch. Maybe we can incorporate what Pete's done. We could do like a merge and then put a build on Itch tonight. That would be good. So let's just get some asteroids going. Now, the asteroids are going to be just like the bullets, really. They're not going to be very different. So, character body. Asteroid. How do you spell asteroid? I guess so. I'm very bad at spelling. Yep. Okay. I guess for now, rather like we did the others, we'll just copy these over. It's totally fine to just use the same stuff. And then give them a script. Because I think they want to shoot at where the player's feet are, just slightly above the player's feet, so that they're always jump overable. I guess you also want some of them to be... Can we jump exactly over our entire head? If our head's there... Yeah, we jump higher than our own head, don't we? We'll keep running away from this guy for a moment. That's higher than our head, and we can jump up to it. So there is no spot where we can't dodge a bullet. We can dodge an asteroid coming from any angle. Maybe not if it's like diagonal across like that, and it's not, you don't have enough room to jump. But I think pretty much we can. So yeah, I guess they want to be aimed at anywhere from the bottom of our feet up to like twice our height. You could pick a spot there, pick a spot on the side of the screen, and away you go. So I guess they want the same. It's the same thing going on as the bullet for now. Maybe they could be a little, well, they could have like a randomized speed maybe, but that's fine. So we'll save the asteroid scene in to universe, I guess. And also in there, we'll put its script that we should put in there anyway. And then I think the main game should have a node for this called like the asteroid belt or whatever. Put that next to the brick loader here maybe. And yeah, this guy can have a script that's responsible for like spawning these asteroids and sending them towards the player. And they should work just in the same way that the bullets did, and because we're not putting them inside the core, they won't rotate. And that's fine. So asteroid belt needs a script, which can go also in the universe. Folder there. And yeah, it's basically just gonna have some chance to have 100 or something again. I don't know. So then we pick a... No, maybe we could do choice equals 0 will come from the right hand side of the screen. If it equals 1, will come from the left hand side or something like that. We want the asteroid scene. I'm getting tired, man. I've been doing so many hours on this. Like, probably did 3 or 4 hours on Wednesday evening. I reckon I did about 10 hours yesterday. I've been streaming for nearly 5. And I've done about 2 hours this morning. So I think I've done 7 so far today. Give or take. I'm up to like maybe 20 hours now that I've probably put into this so far. Mad ting. I am getting tired. Asteroid equals this guy. Instantiate. Add child. The asteroids can all be children of the asteroid belt. Oh, that's the point. You see these, the bullets and the bombs, yeah. They also need to destroy themselves when they don't hit anything. We're just kind of gathering. They're just gathering dust. So, let's put a timer on it called despawn timer. It's a one shot. It auto starts and it goes on for what, 30 seconds. I mean, the bombs actually, they come falling down. These can despawn after 5 seconds. Is perfectly fine. And then the bombs have a script, so they'll get a script. And then when the timer times out, you die. And the bullets have the same thing. But the bullets one needs to be much longer. I'm going to say 30 seconds for that. Because they kind of can rotate around the planet a little bit and things like that. But ultimately, same story, just key free when you've had your fun. And the asteroids can also have the same thing. And they can also have 30 seconds, I think. And when they time out, you guessed it. Okay, now back to the asteroid belt. So the player I've established earlier is like 64 tall, yeah? So if we shoot it at anywhere between var target equals, so asteroid belt needs to know about the player. That's fine because I think they're like siblings anyway. So the target is player, global position, and then target dot y plus equals a random number up to 128. So it'll be anywhere between the player's feet and twice their height. Wonder if we want to make it a little bit more wide than that. Let's start with that. We'll start with that. So if the choice is 0, asteroid dot global position dot x equals what is it, half of 1280, I suppose 700 is enough, isn't it? 650 is enough. Let's go 700 so it's slightly off screen when it comes in. Asteroid global position x is 700, and then its y position can be another random number, like anywhere between, maybe it should be the same. It should be the player's global position at y plus another random amount of that. Okay. And the asteroid itself, yeah, needs to be on layer damage, which means it will also destroy any walls that we've made. We're just being really unlucky and not getting one, or is it not working? I think something's probably not working about it. I suppose we're waiting for a 1 in 100 chance on that asteroid belt getting something happening. Oh, I know why. Maybe. Do I know why? No, I don't know why. Because we never tell it its target. We set its position, and then we need to say target equals target. Although they should have just been targeting 0 if they were spawning in. It does feel like something else is going wrong. Watch him shooting at us. They're just not coming in. Rather confused. Seems like something flinging over there. Yeah, that's the asteroids there. They're going shooting upwards. Wonder why. Is it going to be that? Because they're not in the They're not a child of the core. What's going on there? They should be floating. I think all of those should be floating. Oh no, yeah, we want that one to not be floating. These two should be floating. But I don't think that's it. I don't think that's what's going on there with it. That's really strange. We don't really need to be setting a target every single frame. We only need to do that if we actually get the chance to do it, right? So there's a choice of a random number between 0 and 99, and if that number is 0, create a target, which is the position of the player, add some random amount to that target, instantiate the asteroid, add it as a child, set up its position, set up its target, and it should be over to it. Oh, we're not normalizing the target. It's target dot normalized. Probably the main thing, right? Is it still not working? Okay, they're shooting upwards. But they are shooting at a more reasonable amount, I suppose. So why is the target that's being sent just a... Why? Why are they just going upwards? Let's print target there, I suppose. Oh, of course, I'm being an idiot. The target needs to be the vector from... Yeah. Okay, right. Sorry. Very stupid. So what we're going to do is we're going to say... I'm going to take the global position of the asteroid dot vector 2. Isn't it something like that? Vector 2 target. It doesn't like vector 2. Yeah, perfect, perfect. Direction 2 is what I want. And then we shouldn't need to normalize. No, then this just becomes what we put there. There we go, here comes some asteroids. And then, of course, we don't want to plus the y value, we want to minus it because it's upwards. When two come at once, I suppose that's something we need to look out for. They're way too slow as well. They're very hard to jump over because of how slow they are. They just linger. So these could actually, the asteroids could be quite fast. Yeah, man. They are way too common. And it'd be cool if they could appear on the other side. So we'd just say if Randy mod 2 equals 0, then we'll do that. Else we'll just do it from the other side of the screen. So they should be coming from both sides, but also much more rarely. When you just relentlessly run around like this, it starts to struggle a bit, which is not a great sign. We just keep getting the laser, which makes it very easy. There we go, the asteroid's doing what they are supposed to do there and forcing me to jump. Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's true, because every time we jump, he jumps, right? The problem is that the planet size is quite a hard thing to... There could be situations where the player is able to lose and gain quite a lot of height. So I think it does need to adjust. It's just maybe it should only adjust when the player's touching the ground and like kind of only update that value from the point the player's on the ground. So it does. So when the player lands, it adjusts, but not when the player jumps. But also, I need it to lerp into the screen nicely as well. So those two things to tidy them up a bit. So could we do that easily with the... So it's there. It's because we're constantly changing that. So what if we only did that? So the player could just store that value all the time, like the last y. Like if we just say grounded y equals, start it as a 0 vector, and then if you're in the air, it's fine. But if you're on the ground, grounded y equals, so we only update it when we're on the ground. Then break can look at player's grounded y instead, which will only change when we land, not when we are jumping. Nope, doesn't like it. Brilliant. Why is grounded y a vector 2? Oh, I set it up as a vector 2 again, didn't I? And it shouldn't be. It should just be a integer. Yeah, so this guy's cool, but he needs to lerp more. It's this lerp here, isn't it? What if it was like 0.3 instead? Oh, you just pissed off immediately. I don't really know why. Why does he do that? What? Maybe we should be using move and slide. Kind of like we do here. What we should do is we should say, okay, well, there's the target, yeah? Create a vector to that target and then move and slide to it. Yeah. Let's do that. So we'll say global position dot direction to target, which will return a normalized one, yeah? So we can say velocity equals that times chase speed times delta move and slide. So that's cool, but insanely slow. Also, why isn't the laser being long enough? It's doing some weird things there. Okay, he's into this state now, that's fine. Why, bro? And why be so far away? It's in the wrong position because he's calculating what length the laser should be. Hello, Benetrice, how's it going? You're good at playing games, not making them. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think I'm particularly good at either, but I find both fun. Right. Oh, delta's like underscored. That's blatantly why it's going very strangely, I'm guessing. No, it's still behaving in that exactly the same strange way. There's something wrong, isn't there, with like a minus number's been removed or something. It's not working now. But again, just to reiterate, yeah, if we just say global position equals target, then the dude is just there. Like in the perfect spot right away. So the target must be in the right place the whole time. But we want it to look good. Oh, is it? Rotation shouldn't make a difference. It's local rotation. Tricksy, huh? Oops. What's that bug there? So maybe the direction to thing is the wrong way around, and we want like target direction to global position. He's moving down when I move up. Something backwards, no? And not moving around the circle anymore. Like everything about it's broken for some reason. So I must be misunderstanding something about how the velocity values work. I thought velocity on a character body is it because it's like colliding with its own self now that I'm calling move and slide? Because it's on layer 6. Shouldn't be colliding with anything. Disable its collider and see if that helps. It's just still behaving in the same bizarre way. This one's a thinker. I mean, maybe it's best to just keep it how it was, but it didn't look good how it was. And if I can get this right, if I can get it properly, like smoothly moving around. What did I do in the other one then? Bomber Y speed's like 200, Bomber X speed's 800, Chase speed's like 500. Maybe it just isn't enough. Was I using delta up there? I'm using delta. Oh, I see. So maybe just get rid of delta then. Just have a nice big number there instead. So he's going in the opposite direction now, which probably means that these are the wrong way around, actually. Wait. He kind of did it. That was pretty epic. Maybe we'll bring delta back into the mix then. Just very slow. wonder why it can't just be normal and be cool and rotate around. Maybe because I'm forcing the thing to rotate as well. So it just doesn't like using move and slide while it's being forced to rotate. That's probably it, isn't it? It's getting moody. Maybe we'll just go back to having it be the target again for now. Because it's like fundamentally, I'm not going to change all that other stuff about its rotation and whatnot now. I mean, we could experiment. If we stop messing with its rotation, how does it play? Yeah, so it's more about it tracking that arc than anything else. Rotation doesn't seem to be the problem. Why don't we give it some softness? If global position dot x, we want to say, like, is it like, if it's close enough to the target, don't worry about it, like a kind of pathfinding type function where we just say, like, look, if you're close enough, then just hang out there. I guess that won't work, because then wherever the limit of close enough is, it will just have the same glitch on the edge of that. I've got an idea. A minus B. And B minus A. Normalized. So we just want to unnormalize it, yeah? Like, imagine if it was global position minus target times chase speed times delta. And it's probably supposed to be the other way around. Where's he gone? So that would work, because when you get closer, it would be less, right? Oh, but also, hold on, do I still have chase speed set to like 50,000? Yeah, let's bring that back down to something reasonable. Yeah, okay, cool. There we go, and he kind of moves. Every time you hit the ground, he kind of adjusts himself. Still quite fast. So that could come down a bit. As long as it's fast enough to keep up with the target's movement. Yeah. I want to see him come back into the laser state. Nice, he just kind of came back in on the side of the screen really nicely. When you get into caverns, then he gets too low. Maybe his height should be not defined by the player then. By the player's like grounded Y, but yeah, by like the highest thing or something. Safety. I've just been smoothing out the break movement. I think he's pretty finished now, like at least for now, for this evening. And I added asteroids as well, ready so that the art can go in. So every now and again you just get shot from the side of the screen. So we can just change that to asteroid sprite when we have it. The laser also kills you now. And he ends that state. Whenever he catches you with the laser, that automatically ends the laser state. As so. There's an asteroid coming across. He's now in the bombing state. More asteroids coming from behind there. But I've smoothed out his movement a lot now, so it's less janky. 30 health. Oof. Oh yeah, so one thing I really want to add is his ability to bop them on the head like Mario and destroy the one that's above his head. I think that would be good. And it might be really easy because the blocks get destroyed by damage. And we take damage from damage, but what if we also had our own hitbox? Like, what if we had our, like, we'll call it, it'd be an area. And we'll call it headbutt. Damage hat. I think you need it all the time so that you can't get soft locked. So that you can't get trapped. But like, I think it might be really easy because if I put a collider like here, say, or something like that. And then put that onto the damage. As long as we can't hurt ourselves with it by jumping around or something. Yeah, okay, we can't hurt ourselves, but we have the ability to damage things with our head. But only if we're like, it's directly on top of us. I don't think we're going to be able to destroy walls with it. Maybe that one there. No, okay, so we do need to get more of an overhang to test it on. There we go. Oh, I couldn't get in. That doesn't fucking work. Is it because the bricks only get killed by bodies? On area body entered. The laser's on laser, so that should be fine. It's just because the bricks are looking at the area, but what we want. So we say if an area enters the brick, the brick's detection area, if area.name is headbutt, this is a proper hacky way of doing it, then we do all of these things that we do when it gets a body damaging it. We don't need to cube free the body, and that needs a double equals, and take that to the area instead. I made it so he only adjusts his height when you land, not every time you jump as well, which definitely looks less janky than it did. Oh, it doesn't work. Why is that not working then? I would have thought that would have definitely worked. Bullet clone inside the placing. I mean, that's basically, yeah, that's exactly what I've done with the with him having an area on the damage layer on top of his own head. It's basically like a little hurt box like the bullets have. No. We don't even get a yo. We didn't even get a yo. Something fundamentally wrong is happening. This looks for damage. Okay. The player has this head, but oh, it's only looking for damage. It needs to be on the damage there. That's the problem. We can't hurt ourselves by jumping around and accidentally making our own headbutt collide with our own head, can we? We can't destroy these by standing next to them. It doesn't look like that's going to happen either. I think this will work now. Ugh. Trying to avoid that laser. Yes, we headbutt it down, all right. Okay, and the other thing we should do then is move this back to the origin and move the location of the area itself up to his head, so the explosion shows on his head. Quickly code a mouse click function to destroy blocks for debugging. Yeah, that's a good idea. If I have more time. But I think we should be alright. We're hopefully not going to spend that much time debugging. Too many features to add. There we go. Nice. kind of want to be, when that happens, you want the player's jump to be over, right? Just like boom, gravity back down again. So I think, because jumping through the block just makes it feel like plasticine or something. It makes it feel like paper. So that's fine, because the bricks are detecting the collision, and the first thing they could do is they could say area get parent, which will be the player dot headbutt, and then if the player has like a headbutt function that just kills any upwards momentum. Velocity.y equals what, like 20 or something, so it's just like pushes you downwards. Yeah, that's a good shout. Different explosion definitely would be a good idea. Whereas the ground underneath you goes up at the same time. So you can't even really get pushed back down anyway. That's cool though, you can sort of like headbutt them from the front as well a little bit. I quite like that. Yeah, a different explosion would be cool, right? Anyway, I think now that I've done that, this is a bit of a turning point now, because obstacles, projectiles, enemy destroyed. Like everything I set out to do today is done, and there's this let's put a test build on itch. But rather than do that, my suggestion, Pete, is let me push these changes, and then or do you want to push yours and then I'll merge it or something? Let me push mine first, because all this stuff's done. So this is added break projectiles. I had before. I did player stats, and yeah, I did break projectiles and headbutts. Try merge live on air. Why not? So I'll push this first. Boom. And now you'll be the one to actually do the merge, I believe, rather than me, because you've got changes and I've just pushed. So I think the merge will actually happen at your end. But I expect there won't be much to do. You could share a screen with me if you want on Discord or something. Or to be honest, I might kill the stream now. I've been going for like 5.5 hours. I might just kill the stream and we can just jump on Discord and do it together. Because I'm a little bit over it now with the streaming. I've done a good fair few hours. Yeah, cool. I'll say goodbye to everyone on the stream then. Thank you very much for watching, one and all. Big up yourselves, everybody. Pat, 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 pow, pow, pow. GMTK, blup, blup, blup. And I'll be streaming again tomorrow. And on the roadmap for tomorrow is finishing up the game loop, adding maybe some like level ups or power ups, and sort of balancing the incremental difficulty a bit. And then maybe adding some quality of life features to platforming, like coyote jumps and things. Just generally polishing it all up. That's tomorrow. And to be honest, I should probably try and do the menus at least tomorrow as well, because I know I'm not going to have as much time on Sunday. We've got some mates coming over and stuff. But I do have all day tomorrow, like the family's away and blah blah blah. So yeah, let's pack some more stuff into tomorrow. So we'll be back. Thanks for watching. Big up yourselves. Happy Friday. Peace out. Ciao.